Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. Next-door neighbors separated by a state line. The Vandals and the Cougars are on the field as Idaho and Washington State are finishing up final warm-up in the battle for the Palouse. We've done all we can do here. Time to tee it up. Let's send it out to Brad and Kirk for the call. David and I will be with you at halftime.
In-state rivals, but they are pretty close. It's time to kick off the Battle of the Palouse. It's time for the coin toss now, presented by Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Idaho is getting fired up down there as they get ready to boot this opening kickoff. He really got a hold of that kick. Heading for the corner. At the 30. They'll bring him down at the 34. Washington State's coaching staff, the fans, I think everybody's been waiting to see this kid play, and here he is.
Well, he's a star quarterback. He seems to bring everything to the table. The crowd, I think, senses he's ready to have a big day. And when your star quarterback feels good at playing at home and he gets off to a good start, some big things can happen for this offense.
So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today.
3 down. Hey, check right 34.
Throws it into coverage, and it's intercepted. He's at the 40. He's taken down around the 32-yard line. He came up with a fantastic interception there.
Well, you know the quarterback is kicking himself for that one. He just made the wrong read.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 32. On the ground, and he won't get back to the line.
That is exactly the type of play that good linebackers make on a regular basis. And if you can make enough of them in college, probably going to get a chance to play at the next level.
Lets it fly. Got it. And he scores. Touchdown. And he converts the extra point. Let's throw it out to Reese now for a studio update.
The Gamecocks came into the game ranked 5th. After that performance, they'll drop like a stone. It is all over, and once again, we find out there are no foregone conclusions in college football.
He makes it out to maybe the 16-yard line. The Vandals are right where they want to be early in this one, Clark.
Well, this is what their coach talked about, getting off to a great start. The defense did their job, and it's nice to see the offense move the ball down the field and also get some points on the board.
And while they are behind, they know they can knot things up in a heartbeat. It's way too early to change your game plan. And he's tackled at the 19. The back gets 3 on the carry.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
It's 2nd and 7. Ball on their own 19. Catches it, and he's immediately tackled behind the line.
Loss of 1 yard on the play. 3rd down.
Double tight. 4 down. 34's the mic. He's coming. Check in.
Here we go. Black, 9, check. Patriot.
Quick pass, and he tackles him hard at the 24-yard line. Benson gains 6 yards with a short completion.
4th down.
Go nowhere, 22. Go nowhere.
Easy. Big dog.
There's a strike complete, and he is drilled at the 28-yard line.
A risky call going for it, but it paid off. That showed some real composure there by this offense.
From their own 28-yard line. 1st down. Nice run, and he's brought down.
Gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Two tights. 3 down. 34's the mic.
Ready, check. Fox 2.
Over the middle to his tailback. Tackle made at the 44.
Calling a screen will sometimes slow down the pass rush. So if you're playing a team that likes to blitz a lot, this is one way to get them out of that.
1st and 10. Ball on the 44. He makes his way to about the 48.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
4 down. 34's the mic. He's coming.
Ready.
Check in.
All right, 50.
Quick throw. He's knocked out of bounds around the 35-yard line. A decent pickup on the pass play.
And I'll tell you what, the defense did everything they could here. Give credit to the quarterback for putting this ball where it had to be for his receiver to catch it. Great job.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 35. Down at the 18-yard line.
I like how efficient the offense looked on that play. Everybody knew their assignment, and it all came together for a nice run.
Here's play number 10 on the drive.
Buffalo.
Tackled after a decent run up the gut.
Gain of 4 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
From the 14-yard line, it's 2nd down. Quick throw, and he's got the tight end again. What a play, and that is 1st and goal.
That's good enough for another Washington State. 1st down.
Here's the 12th play of the drive.
Mike 51. Watch number 86. Watch 86.
Quick throw, caught, touchdown. He hit the big tight end for 6 on that one.
As a quarterback, you like the tight end inside the 10-yard line because they have a knack for finding the opening, and then you can just drill it in there.
Here's the PAT to tie this thing up. He splits the uprights with the extra point. It was a 12-play, 85-yard drive, and they get it in for 7.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive. I thought the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
We get a tie game at 7-7. And he got all of this one. Great kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The offense was able to punch it in the end zone on that last drive. They'll come back out looking for more of the same.
This offensive coordinator's got to be feeling so good about the execution he's seeing from his quarterback and his wide receivers. Because, again, they put so much time in trying to put a plan together, and to be able to see that actually come into play makes you feel pretty good as a play caller.
It's second down, 7 to go. Ball on the 28.
Brad, I just think this quarterback's got to do a much better job of being able to read that defense and make quicker decisions. And especially when the defense starts to get pressure, you've got to either get rid of that football or check it down or take off and run with it.
Is out to the tailback on the screen, and he's taken down around the 28-yard line. Taylor is the punter. Washington fields it at the 37, and he's tackled at the 42-yard line.
The last time we saw this offense on the field, they drove the length of the field. And you think back to what that defensive coordinator tried to do. He tried to change some things up, but nothing seemed to work. It's going to be interesting to see how he can have an impact on this drive.
That makes it second and 10.
3 down, 3 down. 34's the mic, 34's the mic. He's coming. Check in, check in.
Here we go. Red 85. Red 85. Easy, easy, easy. Buffalo, Buffalo.
He's going.
And down he goes around the 48-yard line.
First down.
From the 48-yard line, it's first down. He's tackled around the 38-yard line. Sets up a screen. Tailback's got it. He's at the 20. Spectacular play, and now it's first and goal.
You know, the screen pass is used more often than not when the defense is putting pressure on the quarterback. When they feel this is the time that they can get after the quarterback, whether that's a blitz situation or it's third down and long, when they really feel like this is the play we're going to get after the quarterback, and the offense is able to sniff it out and get the screen pass off right over top of the blitz, and then you have either a receiver or running back waiting there to make a big play, and he's got a convoy of linemen in front of him that didn't have to worry about the pressure. Boy, now you talk about a big play for the offense.
It's second and goal. Ball on the 3-yard line. Almost intercepted there.
I'm not sure the quarterback saw him when he was getting ready to pass because he stuck his paw right in the passing lane.
Double tight, guys, double tight. 4 down. 34's the mic.
Easy, easy, easy. Roll it. Easy, easy, easy.
Tackle just outside the goal line.
Gain of 3 on the play. That brings up fourth and goal.
Double tight, double tight. 4 down, 4 down. Mike 34, Mike 34.
Easy, easy, easy. Stingray. Stingray.
Touchdown, Cougars.
When you're that close to the end zone, it's always a smart play to find your blockers and follow them into the end zone.
He makes the PAT. It was an 8-play, 58-yard drive, and they come away with 7 points. The score now, 14-7. Rodgers looks ready to kick this one off. Nice kick, plenty of distance. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. You never like to have to play from behind, but a deficit this manageable shouldn't be in the front of their minds. They just need to go out there and play. Thornburg, left side. They'll bring him down at about the 35.
Gain of 10 yards. First down.
First and 10. Ball on their own 35. Pulls it in, and he's in the open field. Knocked out of bounds at the 41-yard line.
That's a gain of 6 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
He's at midfield. And he's level at the 40.
He gets another set of downs and, more importantly, opens up a whole host of play calling possibilities for the coaching staff.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 40-yard line. And a quick throw. And they make the stop at about the 29-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 11 yards. First down.
From the 29-yard line. First down.
Man left, man left. Two down. Hey, left.
Might have been some early movement up front.
False start, offense.
Once you're set, you've got to stay that way. The slightest flinch is going to be enough to draw the flag.
It out to about the 31-yard line. So they get about 3 on the draw.
That brings up 2nd and 13.
Folks, that's the end of quarter number 1, and we got a pretty good ball game on our hands so far. 14-7, Cougars. And we welcome you back to the action here, just about set to start the second quarter. That's a great tackle at the 30.
That's a gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 3rd and 12.
Washington State will take their first time out of the half. Third down, and they need to get it to the 19.
Where's 52? Black 52. 52's the mic.
And he's hit immediately.
This guy's got the combination of smarts and reliability that makes a receiver really dangerous. No wonder he's looked to on third down.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
Double tight. Double tight. Pull down, pull down. 52's the mic. Watch Mike, watch Mike.
On the ground, left side. Makes it out to maybe the 13-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
From the 13-yard line. Second down. it off.
Well, the question now is, how will they respond after losing a couple on that run?
That brings up 3rd and 10.
This is the 10th play of this drive. Short over the middle. He's taken down right around the 12-yard line.
At the 12-yard line. That'll make it 4th and 6.
So it's 4th down. This should be an easy field goal. Somebody jumped early down there.
Let's go, Stan, make some noise!
False start, offense.
It's so tough to move the ball forward. Even a 5-yard setback can do damage to a drive.
Kicks away, and it splits the uprights. Looks like they're ready for the kick. He really got a hold of that kick. He's to the 10. He makes it to the 15-yard line. You got to know where you are on the field. There was no reason to run that one out.
Just catch it and take a knee. It's the only way to guarantee that your offense will start on the 20.
In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Gains his way to the 26-yard line.
That makes it 1st and 10.
From their own 26-yard line. 1st down. Empty backfield. Quarterback in the gun. 5 wide receivers. And he's tackled around the 36-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 10 yards. That'll make it 2nd and inches.
Check, check. Easy, easy, easy. Fox 2, Fox 2.
5 wide.
Here we go.
And he's stopped behind the line. Loss of 1 there for the halfback.
Loss of 1 yard on the play. 3rd down.
Easy, easy,
Washington
easy.
State
Rally.
is up 4.
Rally. Here we go. Easy, easy, easy. Big dog, big dog. Ready.
He's got it out to his tight end. Tackle made at the 45. A nice completion to the tight end.
A good play here, and the thing that I notice is that he provides a nice big target out there for the quarterback.
They come out in an empty backfield. Delivers to the halfback on the screen. Brought down at about the 47-yard line.
Call it a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
From their own 47-yard line. It's 2nd down. Up the middle for a nice gain.
Gain of 7 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
Easy, easy, easy. Lucky 95.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers.
Ready. Green 19. Green 19.
Watch the motion. Motion, motion.
Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. 1st down.
From the 42-yard line, it's 1st down. They come out in a 5 wide set. Throws incomplete.
Here's a case of a quarterback so eager to make a play that he failed to see the danger of that attempt and nearly gave the ball away.
We're at play number 9 of this current drive.
Jack, 98 Weasel.
They'll spread the field here. Let's see what the defense does with a 5 wide outlook. He's at the 30, makes it out to about the 20. So his 5th run of the drive goes for another first down.
This offense is running the ball very effectively on this drive.
From the 20-yard line, first down.
Regular.
They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Very good tackle in space. A gain of 8 on the carry.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
This is the 11th play of this drive. Washington State is up by 4.
Red 68. Red 68.
Nice run up the middle. Unbelievable. They can't get this offense off the field.
Oh, they've been like a machine on this drive. Very methodical and efficient. And once again, they're moving the chains.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. 5 wide.
Easy.
And he is drilled at the 1-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and goal.
Check. Box 2. Easy.
Got his tight end touchdown. That's the 2nd catch for 6 he's registered today.
This guy is a great target in the passing game. You can see why the quarterback loves getting him the ball.
And he adds the extra point. Rodgers ready to kick. Excellent kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. You think about the challenges these two teams are facing. On one side, you've got to find a way to keep building on your lead, and on the other side, you've got to find a way to get back in it. Gives it left side. And they push him out at about the 41.
If you can consistently run effectively like this, it'll force the defense to pay more attention to the run, and that creates chances in the play-action passing game.
From their own 41-yard line. First down. Heading for the corner. And he makes it out to about the 44-yard line.
Call it a gain of 3 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
And they get nice yardage on that run. Need about 3 yards to get the first down here on 3rd down. And he tackles him hard at the 47. Wonderful play call to convert on 3rd down.
I'll tell you what, he really wanted that first down. Good determination again.
They come out in an empty backfield. Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. And he's taken down at the 40-yard line.
Moses with the tackle at the 40-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down. Fires quick. He's got another one. And down he goes around the 33-yard line.
On the play. That makes it 1st and 10.
And he's going to be sacked.
Boy, these kind of plays result in a lot of confidence from this defense and the defensive coordinator. I will not be surprised to see this defense continue to bring this kind of pressure against this offense.
And this play is number 8 on the drive.
36, 36.
And they get the sack.
The defenders played the snap count perfectly. They found the path into the backfield and didn't let the quarterback get away.
Washington State's going to have to use their second time out of the half. And now they're faced with another 3rd and long as they try to convert and move those chains again. They spread the field in the gun with 5 wide receivers. He's tackled around the 35-yard line. Washington State's out of timeouts.
That makes it 4th and 12.
Let's go, baby. Get high, get up.
And they can make this a one-possession game with this kick right here. It's up. And it's no good. It lands short. This one's going to be well short, and they're going to have a chance to return it. Reese Davis joins us in the studio with this update. Reese? First and 10. Ball on the 35.
34's the mic, 34's the mic. He's coming. Check. Ready, easy. Check your computer. Check on that.
And he hits him hard at the 45-yard line. They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. They bring him down.
Wow, that is a big hit on the quarterback. That's one of those as an offensive lineman, when the film study starts to come around, you're going to kind of sink in your chair and just hope they don't call you out because you're going to get embarrassed on Monday on that one.
Let's go! 98 Weezer!
Tackle at the 26-yard line. Spikes the ball.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
From the 26-yard line, it's 2nd down.
34's the mic.
They come out in a 5-wide set.
Here we go! Red 85! Easy, easy!
Check three.
Check! Thunder!
They'll bring him down at the 3-yard line. So an empty backfield with 5 wide receivers. Touchdown, Washington State. That gives him another touchdown to go along with the one he scored earlier.
He's run the ball very well, and he's going to see a lot more carries before this one's over. He's really helped carry the offense so far today.
He splits the uprights with the extra point. So a 6-play, 65-yard drive, and they add 7 points to the scoreboard. So our score, 28-10. Everyone's all lined up and ready for the kickoff. He sends this one deep. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. It's still only the second quarter. We've got a lot of football left, but I got to say, this one is teetering on the brink of a blowout. And they make the stop at about the 33-yard line. A nice job by the offensive line, and they pick up a gain of 8. It's second down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks. Here's a screen pass. Gets it to the back. He's knocked out of bounds around the 39-yard line.
Gain of 6 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
One more play now before we hit halftime, so they'll most likely throw one towards the end zone here. Well, we've played a half of football. Washington State's up by 18.
Hi, everybody. Glad to have you with us on the EA Sports Halftime Show. Alongside David Pollack, I'm merely Reese Davis. David, let's take a look at some of the highlights from a very solid first half of football.
Reese, solid was the word, definitely. Great first half, great intensity from both teams. Both teams came out, executed really, really well. Both are happy, sitting in the locker room with a chance to come out, put a statement on the second half, and try to win this ball game.
All right, what's the most important thing when you try to make that early statement in the second half?
You come out with energy, come out with passion, make sure that you're trying to execute, take care of the football, and make sure that you can find ways to make plays. And whoever usually makes the most mistakes is the team that's going to lose.
Try to avoid that big mistake early as we get set to start the second half. The Cougars put it in the end zone just one time in the first half. In the second half, they hope will be much more productive. Time to send you to the second half of your game. Brad and Kirk on the call.
Welcome back, everybody. Second half action about to begin. Sends it sailing downfield. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The Cougars continue to get it done on the defensive side of the football, Kirk.
Yeah, they've done a good job of building this lead and almost determined here to protect it. Let's see if they can hold on here for the rest of the way.
There's got to be some sense of urgency to this offense right now. They don't have the luxury of wasting drives if they want to get back in the game. Tackled after a decent pickup.
Gain of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
It's second down, 6 yards to go. Ball on their own 29. Halfback's got it on the quick throw. Knocked out of bounds around the 30-yard line.
That'll make it
3rd and 5. Ball on the 30. Throws it in a hurry. He's to the 40. He's taken down right around the 46-yard line.
He is such a reliable target. You throw it anywhere near him, and this guy's going to get his hands on it and make a catch.
Double tight, double tight. 3 down, 3 down. Mike, 52,
On play action, under heavy pressure. He's at the 40, diving for extra yardage. From the 39-yard line, it's first down. Run play, and he'll lose yards. A loss on that one as he couldn't get past those big linemen.
You got that right. They sacrificed their bodies in there and stuffed him.
From the 44-yard line, 2nd down. And he throws it away.
Even though they didn't sack him, the pressure was still enough to force a bad pass. If you can get in there and disrupt the pocket, then the quarterback is going to have a tougher time getting the ball to his playmakers.
Trying to set up a little screen, gets it to his tailback, and he's shoved out of bounds at the 41. The man defense proves to be too tough against the screen.
That was an excellent job by the defenders. They fought off their blocks and found the ball before the play had a chance to develop.
Everybody up close. It looks like they're coming after this kick. So now both teams come trotting back out onto the field. 5 guys will be out in the pattern as they're in the shotgun. He's brought down in the open field. First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on their own 40. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Nice run there. Townsend picks up about 4 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
Quick throw out to the receiver. Brought down around the 46-yard line.
That's good enough for another Washington State. First down.
From the 46-yard line. First down. 5 wide. Pulls down the catch, and he's got room here. And he's tackled at the 36-yard line.
That'll move the chains for another Washington State. First down.
He's on the run. Tackle made at the 21. First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 21-yard line. They come out in an empty backfield. Fires out quickly to the tailback. The 5. Touchdown, Cougars. And for Mitchell, he throws for his 3rd touchdown.
What I'm noticing more and more about this guy is he's very patient with the ball, and it's resulting in some nice scores, just like we've seen today.
Tacks on the extra point. Let's check in with Reese Davis in the studio.
Let's check in on what's going on in Berkeley. This is a game we've been watching closely all day long. The Longhorns relentless with their rushing attack, and they score a touchdown. California leads it 28-21.
And for Washington State, well, these players know now that they can move up with the polls if they win this game and if that score holds. Washington State to kick. Nice kick, plenty of distance. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Mitchell's play so far in this football game, he's really the definition of just being a solid competitor every week.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have been watching him, and just every week he has impressed us. And then to be able to sit down and talk with him, I think that's the thing that really I took away from our meeting is not just is this guy a talented player, but how competitive he is. And we've seen that again in this football game. Just his competitive spirit, leading this team, and up to this point, just a flawless performance.
Moves up in the pocket, and down he goes.
Call it a loss of 6 yards on it. That'll make it 2nd and long.
So the sack makes this a 2nd and long.
Watch the screen, watch the screen.
Quarterback all by himself in the backfield with 5 wideouts. He wants it all, going long. What a pick.
Boy, it's just one of those days for this offense. Already getting blown out, now another interception. Can you imagine that walk over the sideline for these guys?
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Brought down after a nice run up the middle. So it's 2nd down now, and they need about 4 yards to pick up the first. Washington State in control. Screen pass. He's got his halfback. He gets hit out of bounds. The 39-yard line.
That makes it 1st and 10.
They come out in a 5-wide set. Gets out to around the 25. From the 25-yard line. 1st down. Throws it to the halfback, and he's got it again. And he's taken down right around the 24-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and 9.
They'll spread the field with 5 wide. And he's tackled after positive yardage.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. 3rd down.
They need about 3 yards to get the 1st down here on 3rd down. There are 5 wide receivers split out. The quarterback in the gun. And down he goes at the 6.
That's good enough for another Washington State 1st down.
This is the 8th play of this drive. 5 wide. Slings it quickly to his halfback again. They bring him down in the backfield.
No gain on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
It's 2nd and goal. Ball on the 6. Washington State up big. He's tackled at the 6-yard line.
Behind the line. No gain. That makes it 3rd and goal.
They come out in an empty backfield.
98 Weasel! 98!
Throws it and is caught for the touchdown. Tack on another score, his 3rd in the passing game.
He's a matchup nightmare. Too big for defensive backs, too fast for most linebackers, and they're doing a super job of exploiting that with their play calling.
And he hits the PAT. Reese Davis is standing by with this update. Reese?
Keeping you up to date on what's happening in Berkeley. Let's take yet another peek at this game. The Longhorns strike through the air, getting into the end zone for a touchdown. We are locked up at 28.
Reese, this one was never close, and it's not going to get close. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. And he got all of this one. Great kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The Vandals are just falling apart in this quarter. I mean, are there any positives you can even use to motivate the team right now?
Well, as bad as it looks and feels right now, there's still over a quarter of football to be played. You just got to forget about the mistakes, try to get a little bit of momentum created, and get confidence back in this quarterback being able to make plays for you.
I hope they show some fight here and try to stay competitive. If you're going to get blown out, you at least want to go down swinging. The quarterback in the gun. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers in the formation. And he throws it away.
Good job here by the defense. If you let this quarterback set and throw, he'll kill you all game. But they got excellent pressure on that play.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on their own 25. They'll bring him down around the 33-yard line.
Kennedy on the tackle at the 33-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Hey, come on, no. Hey, Mike 52,
And he is drilled at the 41-yard line.
Call it a gain of 8 yards. 1st down.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 41-yard line.
3 down. Mike 52. Go. 7 9.
He steps out at the 45-yard line.
Gain of 4 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Tackle right around the 42-yard line.
Loss of 3 on the play. That brings up 3rd and 10.
And they'll look to convert here on another 3rd down. Great tackle at the 32.
Woods with the tackle at the 32-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
Check 3.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Throwing left. Picked off. It's the ball-hawking senior.
They've just been outmatched and outplayed this entire game. That pass was thrown with very little confidence, and it was an easy interception for the defense.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on their own 12. Washington State with a commanding lead. And they make the stop at the 13-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and 9.
And we reach the end of 3, and this game is all but decided. Washington State's got a huge lead. Well, folks, we head into the 4th quarter, and this one is a blowout. Gains his way to the 23-yard line.
Gain of 10 yards. 1st down.
1st and 10. Ball on the 23-yard line.
Easy. Buffalo. Let's go. Red 18.
Makes it to the 34. So they go on the ground and pick up another 1st down.
They are stringing together a nice little drive here. If they keep this up, it'll be hard to keep them out of the end zone.
Taken down around the 42-yard line.
Tackle at the 42-yard line. That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's second down and about 2 yards to go.
Stingray! Stingray!
Mike 34, Mike 34. You can't
Here we go!
Tackle after a decent run up the gut.
I think you got to give credit to the big boys up front there. They're able to get this back to room that he needed.
Throws it to the halfback on the screen. Brought down at the 48-yard line.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
They're about 4 yards away here on second down. Washington State looking to build on this commanding lead here. He gets out to about the 45-yard line.
That's a gain of 3 on the play. 3rd down.
Check!
Mike 34, Mike 34.
Here we go! Easy, 19!
He gets to about the 34-yard line. This is the 10th play of this drive.
Easy! Rally! Easy! Stingray!
And a quick throw. Good tackle there in space.
Jones makes the tackle at the 19-yard line. That'll move the chance for another Washington State first day.
1st and 10. Ball on the 19-yard line. Nice run, and he's brought down.
Gain of 4 yards. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Here's the 12th play of the drive.
Watch the pass. Here we go.
Let's go!
There's a strike complete. He's down.
That's the way to hit.
Alexander brings him down at the 10-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
So it's 3rd down, and they're just inches away from picking up the first down.
Mike 51.
Let's go! Easy!
Check 9.
Ready! Blue in here! Check! Navajo!
Throws it in a hurry. It's away from him. Touchdown! What more can we say about this guy? 5 touchdowns on the day.
He's gotten great blocking up front the entire game, and his receivers are making plays. So I don't just give credit to the quarterback, but this entire offense for getting things done.
And he adds the extra point. A 12-play, 89-yard drive, and they get it in for 7.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive. I thought the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
He sends this one deep. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Offense comes back out, looking to improve from their last effort.
The first rule on offense is to take care of the football. These guys need to remember that on this drive.
And he's hit before he can go anywhere.
That's a gain of 14 yards on the play. 1st down.
From their own 39-yard line, it's 1st down. And he just gets rid of it. Just throws this one away. Looks like someone was called for holding.
Holding offense.
That looked like the same play they just called.
Yeah, it was. The defense was ready for it this time.
We've got 3rd and 10. Ball on the 39. In the shotgun and 5 wideouts. He's going to go for the home run. He almost had it, but it's incomplete.
Well, you want to do everything you can to keep the ball out of the hands of these receivers, so that was a really good effort.
Taylor to punt. They'll bring him down at the 29. The senior quarterback's put on a good show, Kirk.
Well, Brad, you just said it. He's a senior quarterback, and that experience is so important. It allows you to just sit back and comfortably read the defenses and then eventually find the man that's open and deliver the football.
Both teams are playing out the stretch here. You want to get experience for guys who normally don't get in the game and try to avoid injuries. And he's tackled around the 29-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the tailback.
2nd and 9.
Second down and 9 to go. Ball on the 29-yard line. Washington State up by a big margin. Trying to set up a little screen. Gets it to his tailback. Big opening. Not sure what the flag is about here. Let's go down to the field and find out.
Personal foul. Flipping. Offense.
That's frustrating for a coach when you preach fundamentals every week and then have someone called for clipping. That penalty really is going to set them back.
Short yardage situation here. It's 2nd down and 1.
Scoop, scoop, scoop. Larry. Here we go.
And they get nice yardage on that run.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Quick pass. Tackle made right around the 36-yard line.
That's good enough for another Washington State. 1st down.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 36.
Let's bring it.
Check. Regular. Let's go. Check. Ready. Red 18.
And he's going to come up with a sack.
You can't take sacks like that as a quarterback. You just can't. If you can't find a receiver, get out of the pocket and throw the ball away.
Check. Fox 2.
Hey, check Mike 34. Mike.
Check. Go. Patriot.
He's into the open field. Makes it out to about the 20.
What is going on with this defense? I mean, don't get me wrong. The offense is doing a nice job with first downs, and they're executing well, but the defense is just letting them maintain possession and move the ball right down the field. They've got to try to change things up with their scheme. Be more aggressive, attack, do some things to change it up, take some risks.
Just over 2 minutes in the game.
Eagle. Here we go. Black 98.
Fires out to his wideout, and he's taken down around the 11-yard line.
The quarterback and his receiver make a great play here and convert on an early down.
It's 2nd down now. They're just a few feet away from that first down marker.
Easy. Buffalo.
And down he goes at the 5-yard line.
That makes it 1st and goal.
Here's the 8th play of the series.
Mike 34.
Easy.
Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That brings up 2nd and goal.
Jack, 34's the mic, 34's the mic. Patriot.
He's tackled just outside the goal line.
No gain. That makes it 3rd and goal.
On the ball. Jack. Mike 34.
Touchdown, Washington State. Well, there's a touchdown that we really don't care about. This game is still well out of reach. And he tacks on the extra point. Let's throw it out to Reese now for a studio update.
The Longhorns come into the game the top-ranked team in the country. And for Texas, they've won 2 straight. And for Carpenter, he pitched it around for more than 250 yards. The Longhorns prevail by 7.
And we thank you, Reese Davis. Back to the action here. The kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one off. Excellent kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. Late in the 4th quarter, this game's not even close. It's a blowout. A lot of folks have already gone home. And Herbie, I think we're going to make our dinner reservations. Under a minute left. Here's the handoff, and he's taken down for a loss.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
From their own 25-yard line, it's 2nd down. On the throw, incomplete pass.
Parrish, the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 3rd and
10. Well, the stop made there late in the 4th quarter, but this game's been over almost since the beginning. And I think it's time for everybody to head to the locker room.
4th down.
Washington State's going to take their first time out of the half.
Alert! Cat!
They're coming after this punter. The Cougars coaching staff stuck to their game plan. It worked.
They give him a lot of credit for coming up with a plan where they knew they could find ways to get him the football. Even with all the recognition and defense being concerned about him, they came up with that plan, and this young man delivered.
You just hope that a game this uneven ends quietly. We don't want to see anything nasty and pointless at the end.
Flag 85.
There's a strike complete. He's in, another touchdown. Mitchell's play just proving that he can drive a defense absolutely crazy.
And think about this defense. I mean, all week long, they knew that they had to stop this quarterback and get pressure on him. And when the game is on the line, the most important play of the game, they can't deliver it. And, of course, this quarterback, when given time, is going to make you pay for it.
He splits the uprights with the extra point. Rodgers gets set to kick this one away. And he got all of this one. Great kick. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. The lights went out a long time ago, for one of these teams anyway. They'll be put out of their misery soon. Fires it out. They'll bring him down at the 32-yard line.
Harper on the tackle at the 32-yard line.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
Check three.
Today we saw a game that wasn't even close. Washington State 63, Idaho 10. As we wrap this game up, Kirk, what final thoughts do you want to share?
Well, this rivalry game didn't live up to the hype this year. There's pure gratification on one sideline and sheer disappointment on the other. You can bet that the loser in this one will have this date marked in red on their calendar for next year.
That does it for this edition of NCAA Football 14. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Brad Nessler saying so long.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. With these two defenses on the field, this game might not fit the modern definition of flashy, unless your definition of flashy is some guy flying in to light somebody up. Hits will be delivered often, and they will be delivered with authority in this game. Which offense can manage that best might determine who comes out on top. That's going to do it for us here on the pregame show. NCAA Football 14 action coming at you right now. Fred Nessler and Kirk Herbstreit.
Stadium in Pullman, Washington, the place to be for an exciting college football game. Both teams are lining up for the kickoff, and we're just about set to get this one underway. Nice kick, plenty of distance. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchback. Well, Kirk, today we get to take a look at one of the top quarterbacks in the country, and you and I have been looking forward to this. Mitchell's decision-making abilities make him very effective against any defense he's ever played, really.
Well, defenses have to put pressure on him and not let him get comfortable. If you allow him to scan the field, he'll simply pick you apart. If you can disrupt his rhythm, it'll give you a chance at least shutting him down.
So let's see what the offense can do as they come out onto the field. The quarterback in the gun, empty backfield, 5 wide receivers in the formation. He makes it to the 25-yard line. The running back gets a yard, maybe less.
And that was the freshman corner that got in there and made that tackle.
From their own 25-yard line. Second down, 5 wide. On the throw, incomplete pass. Nice job getting a hand on that one.
Yeah, really good heads-up play there to get a hand on the football by the defense.
Tackle made around the 25-yard line. So they run the ball on 3rd and long, and it's stuffed.
Well, Brad, here the offense is trying to surprise the defense with a run, but it didn't work.
Rodgers awaits the snap. He punts it away, and it's a great kick. And he's tackled at the 34-yard line. The quarterback leads the team out on the field for the first drive. And he carries the ball for a nice gain. Hill's the kind of guy that could end up with some national honors because right now he's leading the conference statistically. Scrambling around. They'll make the sack.
This quarterback has to do a better job of avoiding the rush because sacks can be real drive killers.
From their own 30-yard line, it's 3rd down. And this one falls incomplete. Mason was the intended target. That's going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, they just couldn't connect on the pass there. That was a very good stand by this defense.
They've got 10 guys up. It looks like they're going to try to block this one. It's away, and it's a booming punt. And he makes it out to about the 34-yard line.
Return for a gain of 8 yards.
Every drive's important in a tie game. I look for both sides to come out with some urgency.
Easy, easy, easy. Lucky.
And they get nice yardage on that run.
Gain of 5 yards. That brings up 2nd and 5.
From their own 39-yard line. 2nd down.
Here we go.
Crosses out to the tailback on the screen. And he's taken down at about the 41.
Call it a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 3rd and 3.
Get out. Gotta move quick. I gotta move quick right here.
Ready. Easy. Buffalo.
Tackle at about the 49.
Good job by the offensive line to pick up the linebacker on the blitz. That gave the quarterback enough time to find his man for a nice gain.
From their own 49-yard line. 1st down. Nice run, and he's brought down.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Jack. Patriot. Easy. Eagle.
Nice run up the middle. They'll pick up a 1st down with that run from the halfback.
Well, that's a strong run. It makes a statement when you can run the ball like that.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 38-yard line. Finds his man. 1st down.
Not the greatest pass, but a really good play by the receiver to bail out his quarterback.
Jack. Easy. Box two. Jack. Ready.
And he's tackled at the 16.
Gain of 2 yards. That'll make it 2nd and inches.
So it's 2nd down, and they're only about a foot away from picking up the 1st down.
Thunder.
Gets to about the 14-yard line. He picks up a few with that carry, and it's enough to move the sticks.
He worked hard to get that 1st down. It won't go down as much in the box score, but he got the couple yards that he needed.
We're at play number 9 of this current drive. Catches it, and he's looking for more. Touchdown, Cougars! drawn-up play for the wideout.
Yeah, they saw something upstairs. It led to a touchdown. You can thank the play calling there. Very impressive.
Brad, the quarterback and this wide receiver clearly have outstanding chemistry. Wide receiver is so open because it was a perfect route, and the quarterback was able to time it up just perfectly.
And he tacks on the extra point. A 9-play, 67-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Brad, I thought that was a textbook drive. I thought they did a really good job of showing balance, mixing the play calling with the run and the pass. Just an overall well-executed touchdown drive.
So our score, 7-0. And he just got drilled. Washington State's loving this crowd support, and they get it week in and week out.
Well, that's one thing they can count on every single time they play in this stadium is creating an environment that's going to allow them to play with an edge on defense. Great start to this game. Now let's see if they can just continue that.
And while they are behind, they know they can knot things up in a heartbeat. It's way too early to change your game plan. They come out in an empty backfield. Give to the running back, and he's going to lose yardage.
That's a loss of 5 yards. That'll bring us 2nd and 15.
Second and long. Ball on their own 20. Caught out in the open. They'll bring him down at the 38. And a nice pickup there.
I'll tell you what, the defense gambled a bit here and came with the blitz, and the quarterback showed tremendous poise by making a good read and delivered a nice ball to the open man.
Pulls down the catch, and he's got room here. And they make the stop at the 43.
Man, did he ever sell the run? The defense took the bait, and that hesitation was enough to give the receiver room to make the catch.
Brought down around the 33-yard line.
That's a gain of 10 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and inches.
In your face.
Makes it to the 21.
That's a gain of 12 on the play. That makes it 1st and 10.
They try him again, and this time they've got him in the backfield.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
He fights forward to about the 19.
Gain of 2 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 9.
Here's the 8th play of the series. There's a strike complete. He's taken down at the 15-yard line.
Gain of 4 on the play. That'll bring up 4th and 5.
They'll call on the field goal unit here. Kicks away, and he's got it. UCLA is lining up to kick this one off. He really got a hold of that kick. He's to the 10. He's to the 20. At the 30. Across midfield. At the 30. To the 20. The 10. Touchdown, Washington State.
Wow, what a return for a touchdown. That kind of burst and escapability is so rare and so much fun to watch.
And he hits the PAT. Rodgers has his kick team lined up, and he is set to kick this one off. And he got all of this one. Great kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The Cougars are smothering the opposition so far today. What's this offense got to do to get off the schneid?
Well, you talk to offensive coordinators about that, and they'll say we've got to find our go-to guy. Who are our players that we know we can count on, and what are the plays that we typically feel the most confident about? That's usually where the offenses tend to go when they're getting shut down like this.
It's not quite a blowout, but unless they do something here, it might turn into one. Down he goes at about the 21.
He's a loss of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 14.
From their own 21-yard line. 2nd down. Runs outside for a nice gain.
Gain of 6 on the play. That'll bring up
38. Going deep, lays it out there. Almost picked off. Slaughter is the punter. Booming kick. Gets to about the 41-yard line. Both sides have made their way back out, and we're just about set to get going again. He's tackled at midfield. The offensive line got a really good push there, allowing the back to pick up 9 on the play. So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
Coming off the edge. Watch him off the edge. Let's make these babies
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Gain of 6 yards. That'll move the chains for another Washington State. First down.
Let's go! Easy! Delta!
Fires out to his wideout. Tackle made around the 40-yard line. Osborne gains about 4 yards there.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
From the 40-yard line, it's 2nd down. And we've reached the end of one. Washington State's in front by 11. Back to the action now here in the 2nd quarter.
Easy! Lucky 95! Lucky 95!
Tackled after a decent pickup.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
It's 3rd down, and this offense is about 3 feet away from that first down marker.
Watch the run.
Easy!
Takes it up the middle for a nice run, and they convert the first down on that run.
The key to that play is a good blocking up front by the Hog Mollies.
Setting up blockers, a running back's got it on the screen, and he's taken down at the 24-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
2nd down and 5. Ball on the 24-yard line. Gets out to around the 15. And this play is number 8 on the drive.
Gotta move quick right here.
The 10 gains his way to the 7-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 8 yards. That makes it 2nd and 2.
It's 2nd down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks. Tackle at the 2-yard line. And that That one goes for about 5 yards and first down.
And I like the decision the quarterback made on this play. He didn't try to force a deep pass. Instead, he just threw a little dump-off pass that was good enough for a first down.
And I think it was the quick throw. Touchdown, Cougars. And he converts the extra point. A nice 10-play, 56-yard drive. And they get it in for 7. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. Excellent kick. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Things are on the verge of getting out of hand before we even hit the half. These next few drives are going to go a long way in determining what kind of game this will end up being. Hands off left, and he's brought down quickly.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
He unloads it. Nice catch, first down, and he's knocked out.
I like it. They're not afraid to try this defense over the middle. The quarterback saw man coverage and gave his receiver a chance to make a play. They picked up the first down. I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back to that play.
And he's sacked.
Boy, Brad, that was a big hit on the quarterback. We'll be interested to see how he responds from this hit and whether or not he comes after his offensive lineman and challenges them to start playing a little bit better.
So the sack makes this a 2nd and long.
Double tight, guys, double tight. 3 down. Hey!
Ready! Ready, team! Check! Thunder! Thunder!
Even though they didn't sack him, the pressure was still enough to force a bad pass. If you can get in there and disrupt the pocket, then the quarterback is going to have a tougher time getting the ball to his playmakers.
Third down, and they need to get it inside the 47. And he's tackled after positive yardage. Nice gain of around 7 yards on that delay. The defense has everybody on the line. I think they're going to come after this one. Signals for a fair catch. You think about the challenges these two teams are facing. On one side, you've got to find a way to keep building on your lead, and on the other side, you've got to find a way to get back in it. Nice run there. Townsend picks up about 4 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Ball on the 17. Gets it. He's in space. And he's tackled at about the 29-yard line.
Here's the true test of a quarterback at any level. Can they make a good throw under pressure when 1 or 2 or 3 guys are coming right at him? I think this young passer has proven that, yes, he can.
Gets out to about the 31.
That's good for a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
Check!
2nd and 8. Ball on the 31. 5 guys will be out in the pattern as they're in the shotgun. Across the middle. Tight end's got it. They'll bring him down at the 38-yard line. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. was the intended receiver on that pass. And that'll bring up a punting situation.
The defense held their ground on that play. The quarterback just wasn't able to find any open receivers.
So they're going to go for it here.
3 down, 3 down. 15's the mic.
Ready. Check.
Switch. Shift.
Set. Black and 5. Check. 98 Weasel. 98.
And they make the stop at the 49-yard line.
Gain of 13 on the play. That's good enough for another Washington State.
Easy. Stingray.
Get out.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Up the middle for a nice gain. Townsend gets 7 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
Set the tone, defense. Let's go.
Halfback's got it on the quick throw. Brought down at about the 37-yard line.
That'll move the chains for another Washington State. First down.
And this is the 9th play of the current drive.
Easy. Box 2. Check.
5 wide.
Easy. Box 2. Ready.
On the run, right side. And he's stopped behind the line.
That was a loss of 3 yards.
Let's go.
That brings up 2nd and 13.
2nd and 13. Ball on the 40-yard line.
Hey, Mike.
So an empty backfield with 5 wide receivers.
Check. Ready. 395.
Quick throw, almost intercepted.
Benson was the intended receiver on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 13.
This is the 11th play of this drive.
Check. Easy. Box 2.
They come out in a 5 wide set.
Ready. 59.
Gets to that quickly. It's going to be 4th and inches after that long pickup on 3rd down.
Boy, what a throw by the quarterback. Almost equally excellent catch by the receiver, but the defense topped them both by coming up with a stop.
Well, they're looking for another 4th down conversion. They've already gotten one this drive.
Eagle. Let's go. Black 99.
Should they have kicked a field goal there, Herbie?
Yeah, I think so. It's only the first half. Get as many points as you can now because you never know how many you're going to have to score in the second half to win.
Should be interesting to see how this affects the rest of the game. It's still only the 2nd quarter. We've got a lot of football left, but I've got to say, this one is teetering on the brink of a blowout. And it's caught, and he's level at the 38. The Bruins will use their first time out of the half.
At the 38-yard line. That makes it 2nd and 2.
It's 2nd down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks.
3 down. Where's 52? Watch 52. 52's the mic. Ready.
Makes it out to maybe the 40-yard line.
Gain of 2 yards. First down.
Roger. 3 down.
He's looking for his man. Got it. Complete. He's out of bounds.
Gain of 21 yards.
The previous play is under
First down.
review. After review of the play, the ruling on the field stands.
After review, they decided that the call on the field will stand. First and 10. Ball on the 39-yard line. There are 5 wide receivers split out. The quarterback in the gun. Quick throw. He's taken down at the 29-yard line.
I think it was a great play call, and it was very well executed. Any coach would be happy with that kind of outcome on a first or second down play.
Green 88. Snake on. Green. Snake on.
And it falls incomplete.
Now, this running back has great speed, and he can run the football very effectively. But the coaches have told us the one area that they've really worked with him is his hands, being able to catch the ball out of the backfield. Here he gets hit, but he's got to be able to hold on to the ball.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 1. And they're not going to get it. Great stop.
Loss of 1 yard on the play.
Washington State's out of timeout.
The defense.
The Bruins lose one of their key players with that injury earlier. Still in the locker room. We don't know the severity, but unlikely that he'll play any more football this afternoon. And he has it on the corner. Inside the 10. He'll take it all the way for the touchdown. And he tacks on the extra point. A 7-play, 70-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive. I thought the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
The score now, 21-10. UCLA lines up for the kickoff. Signals for a fair catch. Mitchell's ability at that quarterback spot, we all knew about that, Kirk, and we thought he was going to have a good game. He's not disappointing us at all. We're closing in on halftime, and right now he's having an effect on the entire game and especially on his team.
Yeah, and Brad, he's really just sparked this entire offense, and I think his success has a lot to do with the momentum that this team's been able to enjoy, and this is exactly what the coaching staff
passes it, and it's picked out of the sky. And down he goes, right around the 34.
What kind of call is that? With a big lead, you're throwing the football, and the interception here could end up costing you.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 34. Pulls down the catch, and he's got room here. Breaks one. UCLA's going to have to use their 2nd time out of the half.
Impressive gain there by the do-it-all back.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Hey, here we go. My 52, my 52. Let's go. 180.
And that sets them up with a 1st and goal.
That's good for a gain of 14 yards. That makes it 1st and goal.
Throws, and he's got a man. Touchdown.
Let's go.
And he hits the PAT with a 3-play, 34-yard drive and a touchdown as a result. The kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one off. Sends it sailing downfield. We'll have to see now how the offense responds this time after throwing a pick on their last drive.
The first rule on offense is to take care of the football. These guys need to remember that on this drive.
Quick pass, and he's right there to knock it away.
This is just an example of a safety reading the eyes of the quarterback and being able to get a good jump on the football to knock that away from the receiver.
2nd down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 25-yard line. Washington State is up by 4.
Easy, easy, easy. Fox 2, Fox 2.
Nearly intercepted. He was that close to making a big play.
This safety is kicking himself for dropping that one.
That brings up 3rd and 10.
Hey, hurry up, hurry up. On the ball, let's go, hurry up.
Here we go. Red 18.
Throws to the receiver, incomplete.
Boy, this quarterback just continues to struggle. That was a pivotal down. On third down, they're trying to find a way to get a first down. Another incompletion, and now it's fourth down.
Looks like they've decided to go for it here. This is kind of a surprising call right here by the coach. This is an obvious punting situation. Throws quick to the receiver, and it falls incomplete. Well, they had a lot of success on their last possession, and now they're going to start this one off with excellent field position.
It's hard to ask your defense to come out and make a stop when they're already backed up this far within their own end zone.
Big play, and it's first and goal. We've had a shootout through 2 quarters here with nothing but offense. The Cougars in front. All right, Reese and David, welcome back, everybody. Just about set to start the second half. He sends this one deep. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. There's still plenty of time to keep running their offense as usual here. I don't think they need to feel any anxiety about trailing. Empty backfield, quarterback in the gun. 5 wide receivers. They go with a run, and he's brought down in the backfield.
That brings up second and 13.
From their own 22-yard line. It's second down. And he's taken down right around the 38-yard line.
Gain of 16 on the play. First down.
Right here, right here.
Here we go! White Eagle!
Finds his man, and they take him down immediately.
Gain of 5 on the play. That brings up second and 5.
Receiver screen, and he can't hang on. Well, he tried to thread the needle with that pass.
Well, here the quarterback makes a poor decision throwing into coverage. Needs to look at his progression and find the second and third receiver.
3rd and 5 situation. Ball on the 43-yard line. Hit on the throw. He caught it. He's tackled at the 50.
That's a gain of 7 on the play. First down.
Stays in bounds and made a nice catch.
Reception. That's good for a gain of 18 yards. That makes it first and 10.
Nice run, and he's brought down.
Good for a gain of 6 yards. That'll make it second and 4.
Tackle made right around the 24-yard line. They'll get him in the backfield.
These guys have the capability to gain solid, consistent yardage. They have to regroup, come out a bit more motivated next time.
So it's 4th down, and the offense is still on the field. And he's knocked out immediately after the catch.
Call it a gain of 15 yards. First down.
And they might be coming with a blitz here. Up the middle. He's got the corner. Tackle around the 2-yard line.
Gain of 10 on the play. That brings up second and 1.
They'll get him for a loss. A loss on that one as he couldn't get past those big linemen.
You got that right. They sacrificed their bodies in there and stuffed him.
This is the 13th play of this drive. He's going to come up short. Good tackle.
Gain of 3 yards. That'll bring up 4th and 1.
Well, folks, 4th down again, and it looks like they're going to go for it again. Short yardage situation, and the offense is in the jumbo package. Catches it, and he's immediately tackled behind the line.
I'm not sure the offense had much of a choice here. It was a pretty short conversion. The defense just made a good play.
Really a great stop by the defense. This will go down as one of those critical plays. Both squads are digging in now. Let's see what happens on this next drive. Washington State is up 4. Gets out to around the 12. A gain of 8 on the carry.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
2nd down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. Got a man in and out of his hands.
Offensive intended receiver on the play. That makes it 3rd and 3.
Easy. Rally. Easy. Rally.
And he's tackled after positive yardage.
That's a gain of 1. First down.
From their own 16-yard line. First down. On the throw, incomplete pass.
Woods was the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Jack. Easy. Box 2.
They spread the field in the gun with 5 wide receivers. Brought down after a nice run up the middle. Townsend gained 7 yards on that play.
3rd down.
They'll line it up again on 3rd down.
Buffalo.
They come out in an empty backfield. They go with a run.
When you get in these 3rd down situations, a confident offense expects to get the yardage they need on the ground. It's a good job by the defense to shut that down.
Washington State holds a 4-point lead. Quickly to the tight end, incomplete.
What in the heck are they thinking there? They've just handed the other team the ball with great field position. Man, it just doesn't make any sense.
This deficit can be easily overcome, sure. But they have to be thinking if they don't get something going on this series, the burden is going to be felt by their defense. He fights forward to about the 23. The halfback picks up a yard.
That's a nice play there by the sophomore out in the corner. He read the run and stepped up and made a nice tackle.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Straight run, and he's brought down in the backfield. He's got it out to his tight end. Big play there, and now they're looking at 1st and goal.
That's good for a gain of 17 yards. That makes it 1st and goal.
Let's go. Red 18.
Puts it right in his hands. Touchdown. So the kicker will line up here and try to give his team a 3-point lead with this extra point. And he converts the extra point. Washington is back ready to receive, and boy, has he been the game breaker on special teams today. He's to the 10. He's tackled at the 15-yard line. You got to know where you are on the field. There was no reason to run that one out.
Just catch it and take a knee. It's the only way to guarantee that your offense will start on the 20.
There's still plenty of time to keep running their offense as usual here. I don't think they need to feel any anxiety about trailing. He fights forward to about the 16. A 1-yard gain by the halfback.
That brings up second.
We've got a 2nd and 9 here. Ball on the 16-yard line. They'll spread the field with 5 wide.
Lucky 95.
And he's shoved out of bounds at the 19-yard line.
That's a gain of 3 on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 5.
The quarterback in the gun with 5 receivers. Brought down right on the 26-yard line. First and 10. Ball on the 26. 5 wide. He steps out at the 29.
As long as they're making completions and positive yards when they go to the air, then it can't be too bad of a play.
Easy. Rally.
And he's tackled at the 31-yard line. Third down again. They come out in a 5 wide set.
345. Easy. Big dog.
Zips it to the tight end. They'll bring him down around the 45-yard line.
Easy. Still go. Easy.
And they make the stop at about the 47-yard line. The running back gets 2 on the carry.
You have to like how this linebacker was able to move up quickly and bring down the ball carrier for a short gain. Nice stop by the junior.
They come out in an empty backfield. Tackled after a decent run up the gut.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
So it's 3rd down now, and they're going to need about 4.
Easy. Buffalo.
He's taken down at about the 45. And this is the 10th play of the drive. They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Makes it to the 37. We head to the final quarter, and we've got a great game on our hands. The Bruins with a 3-point lead. Welcome back to the action here as we resume play here in quarter number 4. So an empty backfield with 5 wide receivers. And he makes it out to about the 34-yard line. This is the 12th play of this drive. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Right back to the run game, and this time he's met immediately.
Called a loss of 1 yard on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
2nd down and 11 yards to the sticks. Ball on the 35.
Navajo. Ready. 59 Philly. 59 Philly. Check. Fox 2.
Lets it fly. It's picked off. Oh, no, they really didn't need that.
And as a quarterback, you can't give up an interception late in the game. You got to be more careful with the football.
from their own 29-yard line. First down. UCLA holds a field goal lead. He has some room. He's at midfield. Inside the 30. And they push him out around the 23-yard line.
Gain of 48 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
5 wide. Looks like he flinched down there on the line.
False start, offense.
Once you're set, you've got to stay that way. The slightest flinch is going to be enough to draw the flag.
So we'll have 1st and 15 after the penalty. He's in trouble. He's wrapped up for the sack.
Well, we talked all week with these coaches, and even when we met with them yesterday out at practice, they told us there were some big concerns about facing these defensive ends. They thought that they might be able to hold up against it, maybe get the ball out of the pocket a little bit quicker, maybe use running backs and tight ends to help with double teams on the outside. But right now, whatever they thought they might be able to do, they better get back to that drawing board because
it's a fumble picked up by the defense. And they'll return this one all the way. And it's a whole new ball game. The coach wants to challenge this one, so we'll take another look at the possible fumble. So the question on this one is whether or not the ball carrier's knee hit the ground before the fumble popped loose.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So after the review, they reverse the call on the field. It's 3rd down and a long way to go. Ball on the 38-yard line. UCLA is up a field goal. And they got him. They've been all over this quarterback today.
The pass protection has got to do a better job, but give this defense some credit. They've really figured out what they have to do to pressure the quarterback and cause him some problems.
Slaughter to punt. They get this one off, and it's a beauty. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. The Cougars have just not been able to get that offense rolling at all today.
I think they're confused. I think it starts up front with the offensive line. They're not having the typical game that you'd expect to see from them as far as communication. I think it's affected the rest of the offense.
You know this is a real crucial time in the game. It could still go either way.
Easy. Rally! Rally! Let's go!
And down he goes at about the 29-yard line. The offensive line got a really good push there, allowing the back to pick up 9 on the play. Short yardage situation here. 2nd down and 1.
Here we go!
Tight end grab. 1st down. And he's taken down at the 40.
That's a gain of 11 on the play. 1st down.
Let's go, let's go.
Ready!
Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
Called a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
Here we go!
Quick pass. He's tackled at the 48. That play was going nowhere.
Yeah, give a lot of credit to the defense here, recognizing pass and swarming to the receiver.
Come on, now we got movement.
Here we go! Blue 88! Blue 88!
Tackle made right around the 42-yard line.
That'll move the chains for another Washington State.
Easy, easy, easy!
1st and 10.
Buffalo!
Ball on the 42-yard line.
Here we go!
And they get nice yardage on that run. Green gains around 6 yards on the run.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Pass complete and taken down immediately.
Gain of 4 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Get up! Here we go! Ramsey, Jack! Easy! Lucky 95!
Tackle at the 22-yard line.
You don't expect tight ends to run away from many defenders, but he looked pretty nimble getting downfield there.
From the 22-yard line, it's first down.
Stingray!
Makes it out to maybe the 19-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
This is the 10th play of this drive. Just under 3 to go in regulation.
Jack! Fox 2!
A little toss across the middle. And that sets them up with a 1st and goal. And a nice pickup there.
I'll tell you what, the defense gambled a bit here and came with the blitz, and the quarterback showed tremendous poise by making a good read and delivered a nice ball to the open man.
It's first down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. Nice run there. Jackson gains about 4 yards on the play.
That brings up 2nd and goal.
We're at the 12th play of the drive.
Eagle! Let's go! Easy! Kill! Easy! Delta!
Gets it out quickly. That's a great tackle at the 1-yard line.
These short, effective passes are going to help the quarterback's confidence.
Makes it 3rd and goal.
3rd and goal, and they can already taste the lead.
Stingray! Ready! Blue and
He's in! Touchdown! And they take the lead. Touchdown! Big play on the ground. He makes the PAT. It was a 13-play, 81-yard drive, and they put up 7 points.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive. I thought the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
So our score, 28-24. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback.
Brad, this has been a great game to watch. A lot of competitive spirit out there. The offenses seem to be going up and down the field. Back and forth we go. I think the winner will be which defense can make that pivotal stop to secure a victory.
Both teams realize that when the ball is snapped, we're 1 play away from a very different ball game. Less than 2 minutes in the 4th quarter. Knocked out of bounds around the 32-yard line.
That's a gain of 7 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
2nd down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the 1st down. Stays in bounds to make a nice catch.
That's good for a gain of 21 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
Boy, was he drilled as he let go of that football.
Yeah, he's going to feel that one tomorrow.
From the 47-yard line. 2nd down. The quarterback in the gun. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers in the formation. Got a man Incomplete, and he's hit hard.
Washington on the tackle.
Washington State's going to use their first time out of the half here.
Bring up 3rd and 6.
Watch 48. Watch 48.
I can't believe they let you play. I can't believe they even let you play.
Under heavy pressure. Well, that's just a huge stop right there here late in the 4th quarter in a game this tight. That might be one we look back on later and say that won the ball game. It's 4th down, and the offense is getting set to go for it. And if they don't get this one, you can start to warm up the bus. Throwing right. It's intercepted, and that should do it. And he is drilled at the 34. Washington State is up by 4. Feeds it to the back. Decent run here, right side. Jackson picks up about 4 yards on the play. UCLA's going to take their first time out of the half. Second down and 6. Ball on the 38-yard line.
Here we go.
Over the middle to his tailback. Brought down around the 40-yard line. UCLA is going to have to use their second time out of the half.
Easy, 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 easy. Big dog, big dog. Let's go. Block, nice. Easy, easy, easy. Let's go.
Enough for the first down. UCLA's called their final timeout. First down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 47.
Delta. Check, check,
And they got to him before he could get back to the line.
Think about the speed and instincts it takes for a linebacker to get from his position into the backfield to make a play like that. That's well done.
Double tight, double tight. Don't say nothing. I got 2. I got 2.
Red 18. Red 18. Easy, easy, easy. Stingray. Stingray.
Screen pass. He's got his halfback. And he hits him hard at the 49. And so that's going to do it. The Cougars get the win. 28-24.
UCLA 24.
Thanks for joining us for another game of NCAA Football 14. For Kirk and everyone here at EA Sports, Brad Nunzler saying goodbye, and we'll see you next time.
you